Hello everybody and welcome to another Ace Attorney stream. We're on Trials and Tribulations, episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout, which we will hopefully be finishing today. And it was quite the cliffhanger last time. I don't remember his name right now, but here, let me just see. Yeah, there we go. We proved Mr. Delight innocent, and then he got arrested again, which really felt like it kind of came out of nowhere. But at the same time, this episode felt way too short otherwise, so I guess it makes sense. Anyway, you know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose, I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Crane Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Why hasn't anyone shut down Pearl on this love thing between Phoenix and Maya? Like, it's starting to get really inappropriate at this point. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Sacred urn given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. You must be relieved we got the sacred urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Don't... at me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says Amy, like like it always used to. Got tongue-tied for a second. Yeah, it says Amy like it always used to. And it also has a ton of pink paint on it. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Amy's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little Pearls. But still, I don't remember even seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Crane Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Crane Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Crane Village to do their training, huh? Right? Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to go undergo severe training. So, why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village. It happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the crane technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder. It wasn't your It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. It sounds like being the master of Crane is going to be a heavy responsibility. So what do we do now? Isn't it obvious we should get out of there and go investigate the murder? Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Hey, why don't we ask Miss Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her about some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bite, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to detention center too. Okay. Before we do that, I am going to quickly grab a drink. Alright. I think I want to go talk to Mr. Delight first. I already told you it's not me. A sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. It sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, and we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge too. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Well, I guess we're talking to Mrs. Delight first, actually. Oh, Nicky boy, Maya, Miss Delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. He doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper on him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die." He would never say that. Anyway, Miss Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in the fantasy world. Well, what? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief? Ha! The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Ever heard of it? Opposites attract, Phoenix? Come on now, Nicky boy, it's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? So was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in the corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two robbers, those two knife-wielding robbers, and screamed in their faces. Please, stop it, he screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek, that high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Well, yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That that's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I get taken as a hostage. You did get taken as a hostage. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not so distant future. Gulp. Hi, little duck. I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmy's office anyway? How was your day? Oh, my day's doing great so far. I didn't wake up too long ago though. Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously. The real Mask the Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah. And Detective Atme knew more about Mask the Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions? That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Miss Delight, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly. Of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she still thinks so she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today, come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ronnie Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ronnie quit. He doesn't work there anymore. It looks like Miss Delight doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away by motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit, I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, but thanks. Oh yeah, I forgot time zones are a thing. My day just ended. It's 12:30 a.m. in Australia right now. Oh yeah, that's cool that you're from Australia. I haven't really been there. I'm from Canada. Haha, what a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Miss Delight told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. Um, what am I doing? Move. CEO's office. This is some CEO's office. So, I guess this is where it all went down, huh? Canada, woo, so cold, all puns intended. Yeah, the weather really is kind of crazy here. It can go from anywhere to plus 30 in the summer to minus 30 in the winter. Luckily, I'm very used to the temperatures, but when it's minus 30 and then the wind chill makes it feel like it's minus 50 sometimes, you you really don't want to go outside, but you still do. The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. I've always wanted to go. Minus 50, yeah, it really is crazy. Yeah, no, there's some really interesting places in Canada. You should really look at the cities and just see what interests you. Is that minus? Yep. Yep, that's in Celsius. Hey, it's you guys. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? What? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the weather's insane here. Like if there's anyone not used to that weather and doesn't want to do like activities in the snow or anything, I would not suggest coming here in the winter. Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. No way, that's insane. Yep, totally insane. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I feel for you. Whoa, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, pal. Ho 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 ho. Or something to that effect. Do, do I really sound like that to you, pal? Yes, the gumshoe fits. Um, well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when somebody puts their hearts into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Wow, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, pal. Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella on his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 11 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in his room. It happened at exactly the same time that Mask the Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Autopsy report added to the court record. Time of death, October 12th at 1 a.m. Cause cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. So, why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must have been the shape from when he fell out. Yeah. Honestly, if I opened a safe and a body fell, like, that sounds terrifying to me. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Bullard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Oh, she said Billard, didn't she? So, what happened to Mask the Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. Oh, no, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Ho 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 ho. Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. Ho 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 ho. Now that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Atme was always around when a calling card showed up. But he always mysteriously disappeared when the heists took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Heh, yeah right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Tear of Emanon case. There was witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here, haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... I can't really tell who that guard is. Not from that picture, anyway. Oh, that prosecutor, I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Why no give bits? Oh, I think... I, I think it's because I'm not a Twitch affiliate yet. To be a Twitch affiliate, I think I need 25 followers or something, and I can't quite remember, but I think it's like 3 people average watching for something like 2 or 3 streams. So I think that's why you can't give bits right now. Probably haven't unlocked that feature yet. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Oh man, I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. It's just I'm starting out as a streamer still. I just started pretty much this January, so the start of the year, so I haven't completed my first year of streaming. Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So, who is that Java-addicted mass maniac anyway? Yeah, this prosecutor last stream was crazy. I was counting how many cups of coffee he was drinking, and I think it was like 8 or something stupid like that. And it's like, how long is this case? Sort of thing. Because nobody should even have that many cups of coffee a day. But I know there's a lot of people who drink a lot of coffee a day. Yeah, 8. Prosecutor Godot, he's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. Well, he did say he had never lost a case, and then he also said that he'd never... won a case, so this is pretty much his first case. So I'm not surprised he never heard of the guy. Not gonna lie, I've had probably had more. Well, like I said, some people are really crazy about their coffee. I'm I do like my coffee, but I don't really have coffee very often actually. Once we get to the trial this stream, we'll have to count how many cups he has again. Cause I don't know, that was fun last time. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. I'm a caffeine fiend. Yeah. Sounds like it from what you said. But hey, nothing wrong with that. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway, but no way he's an amateur. He's an ice cream man in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something about him was... something off was about him. So I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. No. That's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Yeah. You know what? Let's look around. Look around at the scene of the crime. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out just for a second. Oh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you, whip me up a cup of real expensive import tea. And some scones, move it. This is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't sit in that chair if I were you. But Maya has definitely made me want scones now. Eek! Let's see, what's this big red button? Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Yeah, why would you press that? Hey, cut it out, don't press that. Ha ha ha, that was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? Jeez, that was loud. It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel. Oh, dude, accidentally on caffeine before. It was not good. Yeah, there's definitely a limit to caffeine. I heard there was a... It depends on different people, but some people can really break down caffeine really well, and some people can't. It's almost like a separate metabolism just for caffeine, which I found really interesting. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? Actually, I think I have a really big tolerance for caffeine because anytime I drink it, like, I could be really tired and drink some like coffee or anything with caffeine in it, and I'm still super tired. Like, it just doesn't wake me up at all. Which was really annoying when I was in college because I'm just like, everybody's drinking caffeine to stay up, and I can't drink anything to really stay up. Other than energy drinks, but I didn't really want to do that because I feel like you shouldn't drink an energy drink unless you're like exercising, which I wasn't. This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime? Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said the buzzer never went off that night. Interesting. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way. Just so you know. I think we'd better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. CEO office buzzer, connected to the basement security guard office. There are no fingerprints on it. Wow, look at that huge framed photo. Tall mountains rising majestically across a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This is his best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough, or he had really rotten luck with the weather. I was having pre-workout with my old stuff. I used to put 1 scoop with a Monster and drink that before I work out. I got new stuff and didn't realize it had 450 milligrams of caffeine, and I put in 2 scoops. Yeah, sounds like reading the label is probably a good idea for next time. Yeah, no, I don't work out a ton. Like, I've been having problems getting employed, so I'm at home a lot. But I'm usually streaming or looking for work or working on cosplay stuff. So between all that, I don't have tons of free time, so the only thing I seem to be able to do is play some Ring Fit every now and then. And that's my workout. Either this guy didn't get an... Oh, I already read that. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. These look like some kind of bookshelf / rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get in between these 2 shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. Ended up having 1,100 milligrams of caffeine. That's an insane amount. I don't even know if... Well, maybe I have heard of some people having that amount, thinking about it, but they haven't really said the number. They've just said, like, oh, I've drank this amount of stuff, and it sounds like it would be something... a number that crazy. So, I guess it's 1 shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filed with a bunch of files. Yeah, files filed with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's read, if you've got insomnia. Well, I don't think I have insomnia, but I do have trouble sleeping a lot of the time. I think it's usually... Well, most of the time it's like, oh, there's this thing happening tonight. I can't stop thinking about this thing happen. Or, not tonight, but like, if there's something happening the day after, I usually can't stop thinking about it, and then it takes me forever to fall asleep. I was hoping for something a little bit more exciting, like UFOs or something. It's usually best if the thing I'm thinking about is at least something I'm just looking forward to. Sometimes it's just something I'm nervous about. Or sometimes it's just a normal thing, and for some reason my brain just won't shut off. Check out this big thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah, what did you find out, Nick? this file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask the Mask. It's filed with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filed with incredibly detailed information about his methods of the crime scenes. Hey Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Eminon. $100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask the Mask stole. So then $100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know. That number sounds kinda low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Kane's list added to the court record, found on a table at the crime scene. Okay. Let's check out this body tape. This rope. Oh right, I don't know why they keep using rope. I feel like they should be using tape. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. So you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse is lying. You mean the victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious, can she? No, he was killed and then probably stuffed in the safe. Ew, think about it. A dead guy was laying in here all night. Yeah, oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened the safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so... Well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in there, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so. Ho 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 ho, I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. I don't know if I want to hear bad news right now. Okay, fine. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open this safe, pal. Yeah, and... Everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight alibis, I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask. Former security chief, Ron Delight. Of course. What? Ron Delight? He was a security chief? Ron, so he knew how to open the safe, huh? Well, that doesn't help for our case. Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. Well, we had to know eventually. I don't think there was anything else in this room. Let's see. Maybe ask him about some stuff. So about this. Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute. Maya. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us. So, what are you two whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. It's just my billfold. That's pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. Now I really want you to show it to me. Oh, let's read this. Oh. Look at it a little bit more. See, I feel like that's supposed to look like Mr. Delight, but I really can't tell. I show him that. This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, but I was so careless and lost the info on the witness. By witness, do you mean the guard in this photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try catching Mask the Mask. But he got away anyway, huh? That guard. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately. I feel like it's either Mr. Delight or it's Larry. Ask about this more? Detective Gumshoe. About this right here. Sorry, it's hard to believe, but there's a limit to how much my brain can hold. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain. I can see your eyes and ears, but the jury is still out on the brain thing. Jeez. Hey Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it. Maya, you do not want him saying that, trust me. Let's go back to the exhibit. The treasure of Korean exhibit is all ruined now. Maya, I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it. Really? Sure, maybe they can label it the Urn of the Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Yeah. It doesn't look like anything's really changed here. Let's check out the basement warehouse again. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. She's still hanging around down here for? What's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was the Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. You worked 60 hours? That's a lot of hours. No wonder you fell asleep. Maybe you should go get some rest. Oh, this week. And still, if you're falling asleep, it's fine if you want to go and get some rest, and maybe if you want to see the rest of the stream, I do upload it on my YouTube channel. It's the same as my Twitch name, so it would still be Crimson Calico Cause with the 2 underscores separating the words. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the mask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago. And when was that the Mask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn after all. I shall lurk so you get the view. Okay. If you want to do that too, that's fine. What? So Master Masks murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was he's stealing the urn at... I thought that he was stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about the Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Master the Mask pretty well. I still have no idea how he hid that big nose under the mask. I'm so glad that you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? Yeah, I was just about to say, that sounds like a lie. Psyche locks. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. I doubt we have enough to uncover stuff yet. Show her some stuff. Oh, can't help with that. Oh, Miss Andrews, I'm so happy to hear you say that. Looks like the treasure exhibit is the only thing she has on her mind. Okay. This probably doesn't have any information about any of that then. Let's check out Detective Atme's place. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What do you expect? Now that they know he was actually Master the Mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Yeah, I just noticed. Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. But wasn't he in charge of the Master the Mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal." Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Yeah, I don't think he would say that. Okay. I don't see anything different here either. Not really quite sure what we're supposed to do right now. I guess I'll show her this. Excuse me, but would you like to take a look at this? Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't the faintest idea. I guess I don't get out enough. Just show her a bit of everything. Nope. Nope. Not really getting anywhere with her. Maybe back to the CEO's office? I don't know, I feel like the only thing we can do is try to uncover Andrew's secret, maybe? But I don't know, I'm a little bit like, do we do that right now? Is that the right thing to do? I'm not quite sure. You know, I'm gonna go back to her while I'm thinking if there's anything else to do. Is there anything else to do? I just feel like we don't have enough. You know, I'm gonna... Go back here. Just examine some stuff. It's Master the Mask. There's a tape recorder hanging on from his neck. Let me see that. Ahahaha! I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen. Ahaha! Ronnie used to say that a happy laugh is the lifeblood of a thief. Well, that certainly is a happy sounding laugh, alright. Yes, and laughing isn't as easy as it sounds. The harder you try, the more fake it sounds. Yeah, I would say that's accurate. Yeah, Mr. Delight really works hard on his craft, huh? This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know, it's a fishbowl. Well, an upside down one, anyway. I think it's a helmet, an alien helmet. Well, that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver, an alien transceiver. Oh, that. Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. Did he work with Old Beg? It's a Space Ranger uniform. I've never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Interesting. Oh man, now I want one too. I wonder if KB Security was in charge of security at the event from that old case. Well, if Ronnie worked with Old Beg, I would say so. Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know? Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. This could convince the courts that Ron Delight is Master Mask. I better not tell Maya. She gets kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. Okay. Well, that was kind of mostly the same. Go back to the CEO's office, maybe? Oh, I know. Can present the CEO to him. I always forget I can present profiles. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. It's Bullard, Maya. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Oh, Nick, now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Okay. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Well, it is a security company. I feel like that's pretty obvious. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets during doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, that's my problem. I need to be a shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What, really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Sounds like it. Makes a lot more sense now. Oh, security room. Let's go there. Okay, what kind of company really is this? Because I know it's a security company, but like, this is kind of insane. Like, are are we in a spaceship right now? This looks super sci-fi almost. Wow, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick, what's up? So he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date, it's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick here is a different story. What the heck, Larry? But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, and this is now. Alright, Larry. Give us the good info. So what's the good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. He wants a bribe? I thought professionals are more, I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, yes. So tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me. Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. But there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. So, what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on those monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each each room around the building. It's really hard sometimes. I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams. For this company, they're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either. So if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? What? Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if this is part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. That's not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. I don't think so either. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Was he not there that night? Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I say, that was then and this is now, okay? It looks like I'm going to have to break his psyche locks after all. Another set of psyche locks. Oh, whoops, not move. Examine. Oh. Wow, take a look at all these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Hmm? Did you say hmm? Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't really ask that question anymore. Hey Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So, why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh? It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Yeah, that's just making me stressed. Something is written on this poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag. head supervisor. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real, genuine ray gun. Yeah, it sounds scary, alright. I don't think it's a genuine ray gun. Well, fortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. That's good. I don't think we need to deal with her right now. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. Huh? There's tea spilled all over the machine, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day I spilled some hot chocolate on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. I see. You have chips on yours. Those screens there show what's going on all over the building everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these too? If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TVs on it. And how do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? Sure it was, Larry. Sure it was. That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate. No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look at her reading glasses. That's what our security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Anything else here? I think that's it. Anything to present to Larry? Oh, I didn't even look at this properly yet. That's crazy. Hey, Larry, there's something I want you to look at. Hey, Nick, I told you, I'm a pro, and you don't interrupt the pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, alright? Oh, is that right? Oh, heh, naturally I've got time for you though, Maya. Of course you do. There's gonna have to squeeze this guy if we want to get more info out of him, huh? You know what? He's usually easier to crack, I feel. So let's just do this now and see how far we get. The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? But that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I've even bet you $1. $1, wow. Now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is... Mm, well, he did find this at the time. This is the keycard to the CEO's office, right? Yeah, that's right. This keycard was found inside a wallet. This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar, you hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning, on the floor in our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning. That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Ah, yeah, but the, there's something you don't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murder, the murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had stuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of the doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. You just said you found this at 1. And... wait. Yeah. There's no reason, like, it was at 1. Larry, when you use this keycard, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show you the record to just anyone, you know? That keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way! Yes, somebody used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the murder, right in the middle of your shift. Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yeah, no. Always trying to get out of his responsibilities. Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry, there was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Was it some girl that you were after again? Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard station? Wow, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for you, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information out of him. Nick. Okay. Start presenting stuff. I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but I really don't know what I can say about that. That's fine. What is it, Nick? It's just that he seems so, I don't know, pleasant. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to the room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am. Wow! That was pretty good. Heh, thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepared to be wowed. Okay, yeah. Doesn't know anything about that. Okay. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt the wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. As if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have mistaken it either. Do you think you could take just one more look at it, pretty please? Oh, okay. I can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think Larry would mistake... Wah! What what is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake. Huh? But how? I can't be. It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once in the morning, at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m. That that's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. Buzzer went off at 1:02 on October 12th in the CEO's office. Great. You know what? Maybe we can talk to Ron now. If I can get there. There we go. Detention center. Ah, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Light, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see, on the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist you are Master the Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But but listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So, then the person dressed as Master the Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atme. So, that night, you didn't go to the Lordly Tailor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time. The blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. Then I went into the CEO's office. Someone was in there. Someone. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam. Why did it show a silhouette of Atme? Wasn't Atme at the the Lordly Tailor? Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe. Yes, that's right. Weird decision. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kinda sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone. Phew, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief, at least. That's what I thought anyway. So he became Masked the Mask for Desiree, huh? I see. Okay. Tell me about this. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Master the Mask? He must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master the Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. That guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? Heh, that's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. I figured it was him. But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the mask guys? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's why when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Letters? Thought there was just one. But blackmail's letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. This blackmail letter. Is this the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not that easy being a master thief, you know? I've got proof that it was you, so give it up. It went on to say that. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure. I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified. Someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown, or painting, or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heists wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to that person that was blackmailing him. So, Ron Delight was Master the Mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned all out and detailed. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? So, you went after the sacred urn because of those plans too. Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I would never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight as his word. Mystic Maya. Hey! Pearly! I'm back! Hey, Pearls. So, what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Crane Village to have it examined. And, what did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Phew! That's a relief. I was really worried. But, there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches? They said it's paint, and that they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we've got to find out how they got there. Okay. We'll go find out how they got there. But please don't forget about me. Well, you're our client. I don't think we could forget about you even if we wanted to. Alright. Let's go to the basement area again. Oh, Pearl! How nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. Okay. This box. There's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. Alright. See, more stuff that has pink paint on it. Oh, whoops. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it the bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shockingly pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Okay. I think it's time to figure Adrian out again. Figure out her secret this time. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake. You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Well, Pearl just figured that out. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Crane Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she had discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? That is because... I'm gonna try the paint. So, Mr. Wright? Huh? Why do you think it was broken recently again? Well, but because, I just think so? Dang it. Oh, well, it was recently broken. Come on, you know it. I'm not willing to yield to you at this point. Get a grip, please. Now, I'll ask you one more time, Mr. Wright. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? I just thought of the obvious thing. The poster, which literally shows it's broken. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Amy. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah, I am. What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. It wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake now, tell the truth. Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. It looks like she's not going to give up that last psyche lock so easily. Do you have any proof the urn was here at Lordly Taylor? It's broken here at Lordly Taylor. Okay, that's the splatter. Well, Miss Anders, what is this supposed to mean? There's pink paint all over this urn. And there's pink paint all over the floor and the walls of this basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... Uh-oh, she's trying to make her escape. But you can get pink paint anywhere. Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. And anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor is the urn box. This box, the urn was stored in. This, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's paint on this box as well. Ah, I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. The paint on the floor was an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means the box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn broke. Your name does... I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken. On the same day the urn arrived. I thought I'd put it I thought I'd put it away here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. Then I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's what happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right into the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Unfortunately, the shards are pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Amy. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would assume it said Amy. Any sane person, really. Oh, Pearls. Pearls, you're sane, you just don't know how to read yet. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom, and no one had seen it since then. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Amy statue. Haha. Aha. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the walls or floors on the warehouse when we were here. Well, that's good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And? I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see, now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. And that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved, but why? Carried into the basement warehouse the day of the crime, moved again that night. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief Ron Delight was at KB Security. So that's why... So then why did another Mask of the Mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but... It looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Alright. Time to start this trial. And count how many coffee is Mr. Godot drinks. I'll even be serious about counting his drinks by making a tally. Because I just think it's a fun thing to do. Hey, Nick. What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here on the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't why don't you know about this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmy's trial today. Detective Atmy? They said they're going to try him as Master the Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Master the Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please! Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Now let's see, according to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a hunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. How so? Is that because the Mask trial is going on next door and it would maybe screw things up if that was completed first? Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Mr. Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Ha. When you need to get out, then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, and that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. Oh, there's the first coffee. That's why my statement means you understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in the safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day, and that's why our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial? How can he drink so much coffee? I don't understand. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, Your witness? Actually, what does he mean he doesn't drink more than 17? This is his first trial. Does that mean if we catch him drinking more than 17, we can I don't know, hold him in court as a liar or something? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron DeLight, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. Really did. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. DeLight to testify. Ha! You've got guts, Trite. Alright then, Mr. Ron DeLight. Please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No, 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 no. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with the face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably get the last nail in his own coffin. Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. Alright. Testify away. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. Oh, there's the second. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha! It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. I don't think I can really do anything other than just press, because all of this seems accurate so far to me. "1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?" Yes, that's what my watch said when I entered the CEO's office. No, actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was a bit... 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It was late for a coffee date, that's to be sure. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. It ordered you there? It was the first time I've gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this or take that. Ahaha. Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? I think we should press harder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, eh? The perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait, what? Wait, I never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Ha! A muddy skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. What does that even mean? The blackmail threat didn't scare me. I wasn't going to cause any trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask did the mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. He didn't. Anyway, I don't care about what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. Well, that's sweet. So that's why Mr. Delight didn't believe he was Master the Mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. You used to be a security guard chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge, a perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Why was he fired? Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, I take it, but... Defendant, please answer the question. Well, I need money. You need money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough. So I stole data from the company. Why? Well, we already know. He just said why, but like... KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was the security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it to seem like I had quit my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So, you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. Great. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worst. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip the case from the clutches of disaster. Oh, I know what I should do. Blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me any trouble or anything. but it was going to cause you trouble because you had to afford Desiree's horrible spending habits. Mr. Delight, what you just said now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. That is also an issue. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Wow, but listen to me. My Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Grr, Godot. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which she was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh, No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Or you'll be sorry. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I don't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Uh, what happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. I'm surprised he only has 2 cups of coffee so far. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday's provided similar testimony. He said Master the Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Ha! No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Tripe? Don't go easy just because he's your client. You need to start getting Phoenix's name right. There comes the 3rd cup. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. At the CEO's office. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Who is this suspicious shadow? If there were 1,000 of me, and even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me. He's dodging all of our questions, is not helping us win this case. Okay, then how about the victim, Mr. Bullard, at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Suddenly was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. Your forehead? Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe we should knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have had been killed. That? Could you please clarify what are you referring to? Why, my Mask to the Mask costume, of course. Wait a moment, Mask to the Mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask to the Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems like our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Ha! My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. 6th? You're on 6 already? I thought you were on 3. Okay, he's on 6. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I've been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask to the Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Mask to the Mask? Why? Because I mastered the mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask to the Mask's trial is being held next door. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at the time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to the Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him to just be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a really pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught in the safe door, you see. That all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable. Why? Just why? What reason could you have had? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha! So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business? Do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh, it looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in the drawer? That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it. Ha. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Nah. Hold on, 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh. Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior is so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances are? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in his testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go to the 10 minutes thing. I think it's right on the end. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. I think it's connected to this. Because I remember Larry saying something about it being pressed. But it wasn't at like 1. I want to say it was at 1:10, which would have been 10 minutes later. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects to the CEO's Office of Security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. Right. What? If Mr. Ron Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been headed his way. Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there was security personnel in the building. He worked there. Of course he knew. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. But as it turns out, the guard never came. That was more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer go off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. Trust us, we tested it. It was so loud. If he had been conscious, that is. unconscious. What do you mean by that? That should be his 7th. Fine, let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what you're trying to say, Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is preposterous. It was this kid, Ron Delight, is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Oh, my headset's running low. Just gonna plug it in quickly. Okay, hopefully that'll be fine for the rest of the stream. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Ack! So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene of the crime, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I think I can prove it. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Wasn't the buzzer? $102. Oh, no fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of unconvertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before you open your mouth. Well, maybe you should give some thought before you take your 8th cup of coffee. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself a clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself... Oh, thank you for the follow. Here, let me just bring that up. Thank you for the follow, Cax Kazuma. Naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to the Mask. The mask always wears gloves. The reason... what reason could he possibly have to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order. Ha! It would seem... Oh my god. Cup number 9 already. I've been forced to eat crow. What does that even mean? I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is. Sounds not very good. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Ha, it looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Ah. Okay, just a moment. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond? Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. I'm not quite sure what I have to say. Very well then. Oh ho. You've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To call the security guard. Obviously. He wanted to pin the murder on Mr. Delight. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a security guard would come running. Just adjusting my mic a little bit more. There we go. That should be good. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in. No, I'm not. When the buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if the security guard came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that is precisely the real killer's motive. To frame Ron DeLight for the murder. Phew. Or pew. I'm guessing that was more like. Order, order, order. Ha! It would seem. And another one. I've made. I've been made to eat my words once again. It's your 10th cup, buddy. You only have 3 cups left. If you were telling the truth, that is. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. He said he didn't do more than 13, right? I don't know. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Or wait a second. I'm the one and only mask, so... Nick, you mean excuse me. Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron DeLight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Well, you know what? I'm just gonna go with the shadow, which kind of sucks. I wish they just made it a blob or something. But I'm gonna say Luke at me. Detective Luke at me. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective. Luke at me? You mean Detective... you mean Master the Mask did it? Your Honor, the person who tried in the court next to us is not Master the Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Crazy. But it would make sense why he went so easily last trial. Order, order. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke at me confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as Master the Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Master the Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master the Mask was Luke at me's airtight, watertight, and assailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi? I know, crazy. You know, it's almost time. Actually, that does raise the question. Who did steal the urn then? For what? For Luke at me's verdict, it was pretty simple trial after all. Actually, to be fair, how did Miss Delight know that the urn was in Luke at me's office? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think who would have filled in that hole, and I'm leaning towards her, but at the same time, she didn't really know much, it seemed. But that could have also been, pun not intended, a mask to, well, mask who she really, or what she really knew, I guess. I don't know. For Look At Me verdict, it was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Look At Me's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and failed to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? Ha! A bet's only good when your life is... Your life's the... ant? Okay. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It sounds like... Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. Ha! So that's your answer, huh? No, I need time to think. Stop judging me. Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Look At Me to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Hehehehe. Well, Sir Detective Atme. Hehehehe. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who... That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Why do we always get the same judge, now that I think about it? This court finds the defendant Look At Me. Oh, we just got there just in time. Wait, don't hand your verdict yet, please. Well, sir lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, huh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man. Look at me. Accusation? You accuse Mask the Damask? That man is not Mask the Damask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Ooh, he's sweating now. Alright. Let's get to the end of this trial. October 14th. My sis. I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive? Inside your heart? Nicky boy. Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, Why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Miss the Light, can you go searching for more evidence, please? Or get Gumshoe to search for more evidence or something? Help us out, you know? Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look at me. Please take the stand. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought I'd see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Now, when I would have... Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Damask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Look at Me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what has been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Master Damask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Master Damask? Of course. Very well, then, Look at Me. Let us begin with the simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. And another cup. Alright, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder, speak. He's not a dog. He may be a murderer, but he's not a dog. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Master Damask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Damask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. That does seem to be the case. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Master Damask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Hey! You're not gonna get away with it that easily. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do our cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you are full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Master Damask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job to do. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the cameras captured Master Damask was the same time as the murder. Gonna press that. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp of the photograph, didn't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera is set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately, for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. It looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false. It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is fake, or the photo itself is. I was stealing the urn as Master Damask, just as I announced I would. Honest? Yeah, I want to press that. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick. Isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kinda odd. So by photograph you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed, it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Maybe you did. Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse. And this picture that supposedly captures it. It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? You bet there is. Are you implying that the picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night, before the theft took place, and there's something in this picture that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny? I think the spill is kind of funny. The funny part is right here. Why this is a blood stain. Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. And we're not playing Danganronpa, so it is not blood. Or can't be confused as blood. Oh, just paint, and peach colored at that. From blood to peaches? The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The statue. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place, and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Hey, don't call Mystic Amy an old bag. Just call her an old lady or something. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself, and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidentally push to move it that distance. Ha! In this case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Look at me? I don't know, he seems to have done everything. The one who moved the statue is none other than Look at Me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue, here's where our battle really begins. What was the reason? Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. It can? Look at me, you pretended to be masked to the mask, to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw. Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? See, even though they keep going on and on about the timestamp not being able to be faked, I just feel like that's the answer. Why else would they go on and on about it? Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Look at Me went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed beside the door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Look at Me had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he created it before the statue was there. He took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah? So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Look at Me had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in this photo. Yeah. Order. Mr. At Me, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. You alone would have been allowed to tamper with the data. Ah! Order. Mr. Godot, what's the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during the trial. Oh, 17. I thought it was 13 for some reason. Well, you have 6 more, buddy. Which means I'm still good till the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea, however, there's one point that can't be denied, which is 13th cup. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask the Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy, so let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Alright. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and Zavari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days before. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. The Sacred Urn heist. I first received... Okay. Urn was placed in the box and then Zavari, it went was sent to the warehouse. It's one of these two. I want to show the calling card because he's not really saying it. I'm gonna say this one. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask to the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask to the Mask written. Take a good care of that speckled urn. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? So he had to see it at some point. Truth be told, there is no way that Mask to the Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. I'm not finding your coffee addiction very funny, Mr. 13th Cup. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to the human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is fake, your alibi for the murder, for the night of the murder, no longer holds water. Yeah. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Grr. Alright. That did it. He's broken. Well, one thing's to be sure. I think I'm pretty much confirmed to be wrong about Miss Delight maybe being a conspirator for him or something. Because, yeah, with fake photo and everything, it's like, no, he worked alone. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Oh. On the 14th cup. Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask to the Mask, and now we're calling him murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? Well, he's both. But that's a good point. No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Hehehehe. An excellent point. Motive, Mr. A. Motive. Might my merry murderous motive manifest? Well, this is kind of the thing that I was struggling to find, so... Nick, he's getting his second wind. If he's prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive I've seen is Ron Delight. That's true. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, he's nearly impossible to prove guilt in the murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Don't look suspicious, don't look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. I, look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to the Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask to the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So, the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Okay. So, no questions about who wrote the letter, then? Very well, Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I continued reading, but I did zone out for a while, thinking about different sort of things in my head. uh, so, yeah. I, look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to the Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask to the Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. Let me look at that blackmail letter again. Oh, that's right there. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. Okay. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring $5,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received and the other day instead. Red diamond. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Gonna just try that. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. Then you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight? I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Well, it said, like, something about a diamond, which is what I was kind of focusing on. But it said a red diamond. That's a blue one. There was like, what's here? Tear of Emma, crown, left hand, portrait. Jewel, artifact, sculpture, painting. There's only one jewel and it's not. Oh, okay. Where is it again? This one. Take a good look at this new newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's color. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a total different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask the Damask stole at all. And your point is, Mr. Wright? So you were trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else. That is what you're trying to say, right, Wright? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Going back to being like, maybe it was Miss Delight because she was the only one in that place. Like, it's the only one in that building. But at the same time, we're trying to get Luke Atme convicted, and everything just seems to be him. So I think I'm gonna try him, and if that's not right, I'll try Miss Delight. Naturally. It was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? Okay, I guess that was right. You have been personally involved in every single Mask the Damask case. And in the last case, you recovered what you saw stolen. And received a jewel. Oh, right, the jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Ah! I get it now. Kane Bullard sent the letter to Luke Atme, and then Luke Atme sent the letter to Mr. Ron Delight to get him to take the blame. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Wright. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Also, he grabbed another cup of coffee, I just realized. Okay. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity that wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately keep... That Luke Atmey wanted so desperately keep secret was his identity as... Well, not an ace detective. Blackmailer? Because I don't think it's Mask the Damask either. Let's go with that. Look at me. Was a blackmailer.
Objection.
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Oh, yeah, Kane Bullard was blackmailing him, but I think Luke Atmey was blackmailing Ron Delight. I think he was sending all those blackmail letters to him the whole time. Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, this does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon incident. After that, I started getting the plans in my mail. I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Mask the Damask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Well, this'll clear Ron's name of murder at least, but I think he'll be committed of grand larceny at this rate. Shush, silence. Hee 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 hee. Now I see, it's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless with the tendency to jump to conclusions, am I wrong? How did you... You say that Luke Atmey was blackmailing Ron Delight, in which case I would naturally know all about his relation to the Mask the Damask. Well, yes. Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime. Good point. You certainly could have blackmailed him otherwise. Couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. Sir, you are on your 16th cup of coffee. You are only allowed one more. During the first crime, how did Luke Atmey know that Ron Delight was Mask the Damask? Well, it's in the newspaper clipping. Because he's in the background. And they work together. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into a lot of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask the Damask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone even an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atmey. That's when you learned that under his mask of the... Oh. I didn't read fast enough. What the, wasn't he supposed to be mask to mask? Not only that, he looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to even pass himself off as an ace detective. How dare you expose me like that? I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm, I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also known Master the Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? Okay, he's going crazy. He's going off. Not even gonna try and read all of this because I would have to, like, I don't know, play the stream back and do it in slow motion or something. I think that's the only way I would be able to read that. It would seem we've finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme. Oh. And there's your 17th cup. No more. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke at me was a filthy blackmailer. But that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor that night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed But there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse of man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright? This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. Well, you're about to hear my answer. That night, Luke at me was at KB Security, and the defense can prove it. The defense can prove it with evidence. Are you sure? Not really, but I'm just going along with it. Ha! Don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall into pieces. Well, if we can do this, then I didn't need any extra evidence, which is awesome. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke at me was at KB Security that night. Proof that he was at KB Security that night. Fingerprints, no. Maybe I can't prove it yet. Oh, let's just present something. This is your proof. It's true. That is very important. However, I'm not so foolish as to think that will pass as evidence here. Mr. Tripe, it's time you learned the true flavor of life. Dang it! The flavor of my special Godot blend number 49. I was about to say that's your 18 cup, sir. You you lied saying that you were only gonna have 17, but then he threw it at me. Well, Mr. Wright, it's bitter. Very bitter. Come now, Nick. Don't give up. What do I do? If I make a mistake here, it's over. I can't prove it. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony, unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Tripe. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for his witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to the mask. No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask to the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with my full force of my ace detectiveness, Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of the court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to everyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in matters of minutes. Guilty is masked to the mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. Come on, there has to be something. Let him testify once more, please. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Not even Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmey. Yeah, come on. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice, no way. It's Mia, isn't it? Yep. Long time no see, Phoenix. I knew she had to appear at some point. Mia! This is the true power of the crane channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now, she is my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But, there's nothing more we can do, Maya. Or Mia. Sorry, I always get them confused. Their names are just too similar. With any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You said cross-examine every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Mask the Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is a true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods would do anything to me, look at me. Let's hear it. Huh? Let's hear the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? Very well then, Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear that why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Alright. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant detection was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing this Mask the Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's early remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how about the emergency buzzer? The police investigated documents which went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, sir lawyer. Grr. About... Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? We already knew it was gonna be somewhat like this. It seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. So it doesn't... Oh, cups number 17, last cup. I thought the last one was 17. I guess I miscounted. Alright. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in his testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Alright. Indeed, it is true, I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the keycard in the wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Well, you wear gloves all the time, too. Mr. Atmey, about this last remark. You still don't get it, do you? Trite. This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. What? But Mia said that you don't always have to present evidence. I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That the scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup. Mr. Wright, I will hold you to the end of the bargain. No! That's enough. Dang it! This court has no reason to further prolong this trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide this against the case. No! I hadn't even saved! Dang it! Okay, well... searching up a walkthrough and we're going quickly through everything. Okay. Let's search up a walkthrough. Finish my drink while I'm at it too. Okay. I got it. This is gonna take forever. I should have saved, but for some reason it just, I don't know.
Come on. Mr. Godot and all his pauses too. That doesn't help. Okay. Time which... Oh, this is just him saying everything first. Okay. Okay, a time the camera captured Masked in the Mask was the same time of the murder. I need to... Okay, I need to press that first. And then I need to press... I had more than enough time to prepare. And then press this. Okay. Funny is the paint splatter. The statue. Then we present Luke at me next. I wish there was an autosave that saved right before stuff like... What happened? Okay, there we go. Come on. I'm also rushing through this a little bit more now, because I'm supposed to be going out for lunch today, and it's almost 1, and I kind of wanted to leave at 1. So, yeah. Okay. Then it goes to the next one. Next testimony, please. Long pause from him. Okay, 11th cup. We're almost there. Okay. Wait. Okay, I know where I am now. urn was placed in the box. And then we present the calling card. And then it goes to the next testimony. So that was it for that one. Come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Yep, motive for murder. There we go. Alright. Present letter statement. Alright. Not into the cross-examination quite yet. They really had to make his tongue stick out like that, didn't they? Okay. I Luke met me. No, not that one. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and said, yep, that one. And then present the blackmail letter. Oh, wait, it's just right there. And then present newspaper clipping. Once I get to... There we go. Newspaper clipping. Okay. And then I need to present Luke at me. And then I need to choose a blackmailer. I'm gonna go a little bit slower, just because it's a pop-up and I don't want to accidentally press the wrong thing. Okay. Blackmailer. There we go. And then I need to present the newspaper clipping again. Really need to learn how to save better. Come on. The newspaper clipping again. Then he says he wants proof of his motive and all that. Can't prove it. Okay. Save here. That should help. And because I'm trying to wrap this up so I can go have lunch, I am going to keep following the walkthrough. I just wanted to let you guys know. Sorry if it bothers you. Okay, come on. Get to the point where I can cross-examine you. Okay. Can do one more save. And actually, I'll put the walkthrough away. Almost where we were anyway. Okay. Find the right one to press. I feel like it did have to do with the gloves. And this is what I pressed last time. The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask to the mascot, which is why he left no prints. Maybe that one? The blackmail letter, the victim likely mistook the color of the jewel, therefore all evidence points to the poor boy. I think I'm gonna press this one. And I just realized I can save right here. It's perfect. Oh, whoops. Okay. look at his last remark. You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Atme, it seems like you have finally admitted. Oh my god, I thought I did it wrong. That you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit. Is that correct? So the thing I pressed last time was connected. It should have just gave it to me. Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolute foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. 17 coffees were not enough for that guy, I guess. What exactly did we learn? Ron Delight was dressed as Master the Mask when he went to the scene of the crime. That was, before he even entered the room because he was still at his own trial. It was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did you forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before the morning. Therefore, the only people who should have known were those who had been watching this trial. Grr. Ugh. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There should have been no way you should... There's no way that you should have known that. Ah, yeah! You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask the Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on. This detective must have known about it. He's probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask the Mask outfit. There's one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. That looks suspiciously like Mr. Atme. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. That's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight. Impossible. Very possible because it's just true. Detective Atme, you saw Mask the Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known that Ron was wearing. What Ron was wearing. What's going on? Excuse me? Yeah. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Yeah. He's a crazy man. Or past crazy. He's insane. What an awful complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke at me, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke at me tried to frame the Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to the Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with his plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know. You never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to the Mask. Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it. I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he is once found innocent. Oh, well there you go. Then Mask to the Mask is really innocent. It would seem so. For now. For now. Well, if he ever does a bunch of crimes again, you know. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Finally! We did it. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Mask to the Mask after all. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh. I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Crane channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right. Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though. Not that... Come on, just be happy already. Maya, you've been hearing of the murder charges and got off as Master to the Mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master to the Mask? I did it all for one reason, for her. You mean your wife Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think about it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Master to Mask. She had all the reason to stay with you. She loved you. Come on, dude. Why can't you see that? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Yeah, exactly. There's tons of tools you can use to put a broken bowl back together. There's even tools you can use to put it back together and use it just like you normally use it. Right? Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine and Nick can prove it. I can? I kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there is always a way to put it back together. Just like the urn was put back together multiple times at that. The sacred urn? Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I suppose you don't want me anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, you did why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB security. I never imagined that you were really masked to the mask either. Mr. Delight, what are you going to do now that you know? Oh, Mr. You're not going to leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. Um, but didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I only hated people who act all cowardly and sneaky. I like that detective. I see. Oh, like that detective. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Yes, and sorry for thinking that you might have been involved with things. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Gulp. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations. Oh no. Please somebody just explain to Pearl. Gasp. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife, in front of Mystic Maya. No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you, never, ever. Oh my god, learn your lesson already. I'm sorry, but like, I'm done with Pearl being like that. So close as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that can be put back together even better than before. I kind of like the paint splatters on it. It kind of looks cute. Anyway, episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout, the end. And we have unlocked the next episode, which we will play next week. I think I'm busy Tuesday, so I'll probably be streaming Wednesday night and Thursday morning. So if you're interested in seeing the next episode, join here on Wednesday night at, you know what, let's say 9 p.m. We'll do 9 p.m. and then Thursday we'll do 9 a.m. So I'll see you then if you're interested in seeing this live. If you're busy at any of those times, then you can always check out my YouTube channel and watch these VODs back. And if you're watching YouTube and you want to see these lives, then I stream on twitch.tv/crimson_calico_cause. Thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.